1 month ago at the Masters of Figure Skating, Michelle Kwan proved once again that perfection on the ice is justly rewarded. Todd Eldridge also displayed his characteristic strength and grace under pressure to win yet another crown. The remembrances of times past echoed across the ice as Brian Orser brought back memories of the '88 Olympics. He is still a force in figure skating. Nicole Bobek has not tasted victory since she won the Nationals in 1995. She was showing everyone in Boise that her star has not completely faded. Tonight at the Canadian Open, both Nicole Bobek and Brian Orser will join others as they seek victory. For some, that victory may only be achieved atop the podium. While for others, victory can be more transient. It may only happen from within. Welcome to the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium for the Canadian Open.
Hello everybody, I'm Tracy Wilson. Tonight's event is the first of 2 evenings of figure skating coverage. We begin with the short program. That's a technical program with required elements just like you saw at the Olympic Games. And tomorrow you'll see the interpretive free skate. Unfortunately, right off the top of the show, I have some bad news for you. We've just found out that world's bronze medalist Karen Kadavias had to pull out of the competition because of a back injury, and we will have an update for you later in the show. Joining me tonight, 2 Olympic silver medalists, Rosalind Sumners and Peter Carruthers. And Rosalind, this is one competition out of a series of 10 that the International Skating Union created so that the professionals could go head-to-head in competition against the Olympic eligibles. Roz, I want to know from you, do you think the series is working, and is it good for the sport?
I do think it's working. Both the skaters and the officials have made the adjustments with some growing pains. But what we are seeing is the blending of 2 worlds. The professional and Olympic eligibles have always had completely different mindsets, and yet now they are challenging each other and respecting what the other brings to the sport. The professionals are pushing themselves technically to match the eligibles, and the Olympic eligibles are learning to be more artistic and are pushing their skating in the theatrical direction. They are really learning from each other, which is bringing out the best the sport has to offer.
And I think we saw some of that just a month ago at the Masters competition where skaters delivered personal best in their performances. Peter, who are the skaters to look for in this competition?
Well, Tracy, it's going to be a good competition. I think we have to begin with the men, and that's Kurt Browning. He's skating at home. He's the 4-time world champion. He is the pro to beat in this competition. And then the pairs is a bright new hope for the United States of Kyoko Ina and John Zimmerman. They are skating well, and they're being coached by Tamara Mosvina, known as the best pair skating coach in the world of skating today. And then we're going to see the emergence of Maya Usova and Yevgeny Platov. This is their first competition together, and trust me, they are making waves in the world of ice dancing. And then in the ladies, Nicole Bobek. Well, for her, we remember the 17th place finish at the Olympic Games. As the season goes on, she seems to be finding her feet, so this would be a good competition for her to really find her mark and impress the judges once again.
This is a very important event for Nicole Bobek. With more on how she's doing, let's go down to the 4th member of our broadcast team, Alice Cook.
Tracy, Nicole Bobek has had 11 coaching changes throughout her skating career. This year, she decided to go back to Richard Callahan, who was her coach in 1995 when she won the U.S. Nationals. Callahan is known as a strict disciplinarian, exactly the type of coach Nicole needs if she's serious about getting her skating back on track. Earlier, we talked to Nicole about that disappointment in Nagano.
You know, after Olympics, it was upsetting, and, you know, I realized that this is not how I want to end my skating career. You know, if I'm going to finish, I'm going to end on a high note. I felt like I didn't fulfill what I've always wanted to do and show everybody what I can do. So I think this year it's more personal to me.
Nicole Bobek has said she needs Richard Callahan's discipline. It worked for Todd Eldridge. It worked for Tara Lipinski. She's hoping it'll work for her also. When we come back, it's the pairs short program. Welcome back to the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium for the Canadian Open. On the ice right now are the pairs, and they're warming up for the short program. Now, this event is worth 1/3 of the total score. Peter Carruthers, let's take a look at some of the required elements.
Well, Tracy, there are 8 required elements in all. And what makes the short program so difficult for pairs is you've got to do it together. Your timing has to be good. If one person makes a mistake, then you both suffer the consequence as a team. Now, the biggest change in the short program this year for Olympic eligible skating is the addition of a throw jump. Think back to the Olympics in Nagano. We did not see a throw jump. So this is very historic for the sport of pair skating to see a throw jump. That is where the man throws the girl across the ice and she lands on her own in the short program. And of course, they'll have to do a backward inside death spiral, a pair spin, a solo spin, a solo jump, one throw jump, as I mentioned, a spiral sequence, one split double twist lift, and then a lift with a lasso, that is hand-to-hand takeoff.
The brand new team, Americans Kyoko Ina and John Zimmerman, have found that famed Russian coach Tamara Moskvina has a very simple system for training.
Her system is very geared toward work, 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 but she makes the work very enjoyable. She knows when to push, she knows when to back off, and she knows her skaters. She knows that we're tired when we walk into the rink one day, and she'll say, you know what, today we'll work on something easier. The work is still done, but not as intensely as it would on any other day.
Kyoko and John trying to cover a lot of ground in a short amount of time. And here's a look at the skate order for the short program. Sargent and Wirtz will lead things off, followed by Shishkova, Naumov, Wutzel and Stoyer, and Ina and Zimmerman. On the ice now, the current Canadian champions. They finished 7th last year at the World Championships, had a 2nd place finish this year at Skate America, 2 spots ahead of Ina and Zimmerman. Here are Christy Sargent and Chris Wirtz, and they are skating to a violin piece by Tchaikovsky.
Difficult thing the pairs have to perform in the short program is the side-by-side triple jumps. This is the first thing they're doing. Here they are, triple toes. She turned forward, a little mistake, a deduction there. 3/10. that they're spinning together. The throw jump that I was talking about. The man throws the girl, triple salve, beautiful.
I think the music and choreography suits these two very well. The program was choreographed by Marina Zueva, also choreographer of Gordiev and Grinkov.
This was a good performance for these two. One small mistake, and that was on her side-by-side triple toe loop where she flipped forward. There was not a nice landing, but other than that, a nice performance. Here are the side-by-side triple toe loops. Watch her on the landing. See her turn forward like that? That's 3/10, so we'll definitely see that with the first marks that will come up. This is called the split double twist. She splits and then does 2 rotations, important for the man to set her down softly. Nice move there.
And there's his brother, Paul Wirtz. He is also their coach. And he will be disappointed in her missed jump because she can do that jump.
The lasso lift, it has to begin with both partners holding hands. That's what makes a lasso lift. You'll see always hands touching on that lift. The throw triple Salchow, very historic for pair skating, for we have not seen throws in the short program before, but now they are in the short program.
Let's see how costly her mistake is. Here's the first set of marks, Peter, and these range from 5.2 to 5.3. Not much of a range.
Well, we're clearly seeing just that deduction for the jump that she flipped forward on.
5.5.
And the presentation marks go up.
They are much better. You can see the change, actually 3/10 on the first judge. Exactly right.
When we come back, the Russian pair, Shishkova and Naumov. On the ice now, the 1994 world champions from Russia. They married in 1993. Here are Yevgenia Shishkova and Vadim Naumov. And they will skate to Ave Maria.
Start off with side-by-side double axels, very labored by her. Not an easy jump, obviously. Timing important. They got through that well. They were right together with their unison and timing. Could you hear him counting? That's how you stay on in pair skating. One person counts while the other spots in the spin.
There's so much depth in Russian pair skating. Last year, going into the Olympics, there were 4 teams that all had the potential of winning an Olympic medal, but only 3 could make that Olympic team for Russia, and these 2 were left at home. Because of that, they moved to the United States. They now train in Simsbury, Connecticut, and have joined the professional ranks.
Perform not less than 8 revolutions, 1 change of foot, 1 change of position in that spin.
'94 world champions Yevgenia Shishkova and Vadim Naumov.
A very conservative performance. We're looking at the short program where there are 8 required elements. That is, the judges are taking deductions for any element that has gone wrong or there's been a failure on or an omission. Now, let's see if she lands on 2 feet in this side-by-side double axel. No, she doesn't land on 2 feet, but she doesn't get quite the rotation she needs to have a clean jump. Let's see if there's a deduction for that. This side throw triple toe loop was great. Good height and a nice landing. And then here's the spin, a pair spin. Not less than 8 revolutions on this spin. 1 change of foot and 1 change of position, and they do that very well. Look at the speed of the rotation.
Looks like I'm shaking. No. Yeah? No, I mean on the wrist.
And now the first set of marks for required elements for Shishkova and Naumov.
Yes, and you can see that the first set of marks reflect the very labored double axel with a low of 5.0.
Second set of marks range from 5.2 all the way up to 5.7. 2 first place marks from the judges, but they finish in second place right now behind Sergeant of Works of Canada. On the ice now, a team that has just been plagued with injuries and accidents throughout their career. The highlight for them was their win at the World Championships in 1997. They were 3rd at the Olympic Games. Here are Mandy Wutzel and Ingu Stoyer.
And they will really attack this short program with a lot of energy.
Music is from the soundtrack Out of Africa.
Will they be together and stand up on 1 foot? Yes. Very solid. Look at the ease of that lift. Very explosive, yet very easy. Takes a lot of arm strength for the woman because she's got to support her weight on just 1 arm with a lot of centrifugal force. double axel. Pitching forward. As soon as you lean in the air, that's the result.
Five-year-old Mandy Wutzel, 32-year-old Ingu Steuer from Chemnitz, Germany.
Well, I said they were going to attack the performance, and they were a little bit out of sync today. The timing wasn't there, so there were some small glitches in this short program. Here are the side-by-side triple toe loops. Now watch to see that the landings are good and clean. That is a nice run out on the end of the jump, and that was just fine. And then side-by-side spins. Judges looking to see that they're spinning exactly at the same time. A little bit off there. So we can see that there was a unison problem. Again, a little mistake within this performance. And then the throw. Here's the telling point for them. Watch to see if her hand touches down, and there it goes. That's an absolute 2/10 deduction.
Marks for required element.
Ready now with the marks from Mandy Wutzel and Ingu Steuer of Germany.
5.6.
First set of marks range from 5.1, Peter, to 5.6.
What a swing to see a 5.1 and then a 5.6 right next to it. Pretty incredible. So this is interesting.
Second set of marks now, Peter, 5.6 to 5.8, and those are good enough to move Wutzel and Steuer into first place.
Next on the ice, the American team of Ina and Zimmerman.
United States, Diogo Ina and John Zimmerman.
The door is open for these two. If they skate well, they could win the short program, but it must be perfect. What a way to get started. Side-by-side triple toe loops. Very well done. Exceptional height on that. Speed. No. Now that's what they've got to work on, is that timing thing. He can't throw her too hard. She'll fall.
Peter, you mentioned they were coached by Russian great Tamara Moskovina. Their programs are choreographed by another great Russian coach, Tatiana Tarasova. So they're in good hands.
They are. It's just mileage and time now to develop as a pair team. hairspin. We'll have a change of position.
Well, they aren't perfect here in the short program, but they sure do show a lot of potential. Kyoka Ina and John Zimmerman.
Now, from our angle, it was tough to see if John touched down with his landing foot. 2-foot landing right there, so that will be a deduction. It looked okay when I saw it at first, but that's what replay does for you. Lets you really see if there is a mistake within the landing. This was very nice. Watch the height, and more importantly, the catch and the way he sets his partner down so softly. Great control.
Yes.
And then this throw, triple Salchow. She was a little blocked on the takeoff. That means the man didn't get her through so that she could rotate with ease. That'll take time to practice that and get it right.
Marks for required elements.
Now let's take a look at how costly those mistakes were. Here is the first set of marks, and these range from 5.0 to 5.4.
Well, with the fall and the 2-foot landing for John, fall for Kyoko, this is what we're seeing for the first marks. Definite deductions there.
And second set of marks go up, range from 5.4 to 5.6. Ina and Zimmerman's marks were only good enough for third place. The winners after the short program, Wutzl and Steuer from Germany, followed by Sargent and Wirtz of Canada, and in fourth place, Shishkova and Naumov. Now let's go to Alice Cook.
Backstage with Kyoka Ina and her new partner, John Zimmerman. You guys have only been together 5 months. How's the adjustment been?
The adjustment has been a long one, but we're getting there slowly.
What's the toughest part, John?
I think the toughest part is just having patience, you know, because we were both at a level with our previous partners, and you know, you kind of just have to break everything down, start from the basics again, because it's better to start from the basics, you know. So that's about the most important thing, you know, patience.
Why did you decide to go with Tamara Moskvina for coach?
Tamara's a legend in her own time, so, you know, the opportunity was available, so we decided that we would take the most use of that, and so far it's paid off very nicely.
Coming up a little later, the ladies will take the ice, and also the cutting edge will return. Welcome back to the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium, where the ladies will soon be taking the ice. Backstage, the skaters are preparing for their upcoming competitions in the short program. And before the competition begins, there's Brian Orser getting a word of encouragement from Elvis Stoico. Let's join the cutting edge team for another chapter behind the skating scene.
Like Professional Golf's Senior Tour, there's an unofficial Senior Tour in figure skating. It is made up of the past champions, still exhibiting the grace and excellence of their former glory. Today on The Cutting Edge, we'll profile Liz Manley, one of these skating survivors. She captured the hearts of the world in Calgary almost 11 years ago. Her story is worth retelling.
It's the day before the competition begins, and the skaters are practicing behind us here at the Canadian Open. Hello, everyone, and welcome to The Cutting Edge. I'm Alice Cook, along with Rosalind Sumners and Peter Carruthers. And the first thing we'd like to do on today's show is give an update on some of the junior skaters we introduced you to last month at the Masters of Figure Skating. The U.S. had a great showing at the World Junior Championships, with Sarah Hughes winning a silver medal in the ladies division. A terrific result for this young skater from Long Island, New York.
Laura Handy and Paul Benapos were second in the pair event, beating all 3 Russian teams. And Matt Savoy placed 4th in the men's event, a very respectable showing for the young skater. And finally, the U.S. dance team of Jamie Silverstein and Justin Pekarek won the gold medal. Wow, not bad.
That is a big wow. When you think about it, it really is setting up U.S. figure skating in a very positive way, to think that all of these youngsters have done so well in a big international competition like the World Juniors this early, leading up to the Olympic Games. Well, that is just spectacular. Now what they need to do is take that experience and work very hard for the next few years before the Olympics, and who knows where that leads. A spot on the Olympic team, and then maybe even a medal at the Olympic Games. But they are setting themselves up very well. This is a strong sign for U.S. figure skating.
Sure is. Well, those are the youngsters, but we'd like to also talk today about some of the veterans of the sport, skaters who still enjoy successful careers long after winning Olympic medals. And I think we have one of those right on our set with us now.
I like the emphasis on the word long, and actually I take that as a compliment. I'm still fortunate enough to be out here doing what I love to do. It's harder every year. The travel, the training, the sacrifice. Some days my muscles and my heart are completely out of battle, but I still love it.
When does a skater know it's time to hang it up?
Well, that's really actually a very hard decision, and it's different for each skater. And what you have to decide to really hang up is not just the skates, but the idea of competing. Can you handle skating against the up-and-coming skaters? Can you handle the training? But, you know, Katarina Witt, Scott Hamilton, they're still out there loving to skate, entertaining audiences in shows and exhibitions. So competition isn't everything, thank goodness.
Well, if the legs don't give out, sometimes a skater has to give it up because of personal reasons.
Well, you do. When to say when. And for me personally and my sister, we had 10 great years as professionals after the Olympic Games. But what it came down to is we both got married and we now have family. So we reprioritized what was important to us in life. And certainly skating was a great thing for us. But to leave your family all year round, as Rosalind was talking about, skating is an all-year business now. It's not just a few months out of the year. There is not one season. It's all year. Right. So we thought we really wanted to stay home and be with our families. When to say when. You get addicted to it. It's hard to give up.
That's right. Well, one veteran skater we all agree is a survivor is Liz Manley, who will be competing here at the Canadian Open. She was a surprise silver medalist at the '88 Olympics in Calgary, and now in her 11th professional season, she is still skating with all the heart and desire of a young competitor.
It's my 10-year anniversary. You know, I have to more or less personally in my personal life start over. And it started with the haircut. And then a few weeks later, it was like, you know, the reason actually I should be honest about the color is I'm skating to the new Alanis Morissette tune, Uninvited. And it's a pretty strong number.
Elizabeth Manley knows all too well the feeling of being uninvited. In the 1988 Calgary Olympics, she crashed the party, beating both Katarina Witt and Debbie Thomas in the free skate, capturing the silver medal.
It definitely was in my face all the time. I mean, you know, the Carmens and Katarina Witt and Debbie Thomas and this, and Debbie driving around, you know, with a license plate going for gold, and I mean, it was so hyped on them. But I think it worked for me because while they were chasing them around with cameras, I had my own space and I was able to focus. I mean, I'm talking like just prior to actually getting on the ice.
Overlooked in her own country, Elizabeth knew she could not compete with the Battle of the Carmens. So in Calgary, she reflected back to her childhood when she skated alone, while most 8-year-olds were sleeping.
I loved being at the rink. That was something as a child that I remembered. On Friday nights, I remember we used to go skate at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We would skate for a couple hours. Mom would bring me home, she'd put me to bed, and she'd get me up again, or 1 or 2 in the morning. We'd go back and skate in the middle of the night because it gave me free ice time.
Growing up, Liz trained at nearby Gloucester Arena in Ottawa, Canada. At the age of 17, she moved to Lake Placid to train with 1968 world champion Emmerich Danzer. 4 months later, the prospect of representing an entire country was more than she could bear.
I had lost all my hair. I gained about 35 pounds in a water retention style weight. It wasn't like a fat gain, it was like a water retention. I couldn't even get my skates on, I remember. And my poor mother, I mean, she was devastated.
And I'm thinking, what is going on? I mean, it was her decision. You know, she wanted to go back to it, but when she said she wanted to quit, fine. You know, that's okay with me. Your health is more important than any skating.
We packed up everything. I said, you know, my health isn't worth a sport. And I quit. And I said that was it.
In March of 1983, missing what she loved, she ended up right where she started, at her childhood rink in Gloucester.
I came back to it because I loved to skate. No, for no other reason. I didn't come back for an Olympic medal. I didn't come back because I knew I could do this and I could do that and I could make money and I could... None of that came into my head. I just missed it so much. There was a newspaper in my hometown that had covered my career since I was 9 years old, more or less. And they literally blackballed me before the Olympics. On the front page of the sports page, it was an entire article. The headline was a picture of me with my dog, and it says, "Manly dogged by inconsistency."
20,000 cheering. Oh, what a marvelous performance. The greatest night of her life.
It was the ultimate performance I could have ever done. And the scenes of me at the end of the long program and just with my mouth open in absolute shock, it wasn't so much that I was even thinking about a medal. It was like, oh my goodness, I have just skated the best I've ever skated.
More than a decade removed from Calgary, Liz resides and trains full-time in Las Vegas.
Over there. Look at all the coins down there. Could I ever use those in the slot machine?
Okay, we're losing. I'm mad here.
The safe bet for Elizabeth would be Canada, where her silver medal has never tarnished. But after more than 20 years of skating, she remains in Las Vegas, still playing the game.
I won.
To prove yourself good and worthy is the next job. And it's tough. It's tough. You know, I'm sitting here 33 years old, finding myself out there busting my butt, getting all these triples back and training again, and just to keep the job.
Ugh. That wasn't very good.
You know, I'm now doing jobs with 15-year-old Tara Lipinski. My mom always said to me, if you do it for yourself, you're going to end up doing great. And then everybody around you will be pleased because you did it for yourself and you were happy with it.
Just her perseverance. Like, I don't know whether she got it from me. I don't know whether I persevere, but she has perseverance. And she keeps working at what she has to do.
Olympic medal just gave Liz Manley all the confidence she needed. I love skating in events with her. She has such energy that I just thrive on. Her perseverance, and what a fighter. She's a great friend.
She's a pistol, that's for sure.
Yes, I think you can say that's true of many of the skaters. What separates the best from all the rest is the fact is that they're survivors. They don't rest on their laurels, and they're always fighting for their personal best. And like it or not, everybody is seeking that #1 spot, and Liz Manley has been a true competitor.
So just because they can't do triple axels anymore doesn't mean a skater can't bring something unique and special to the sport. When we come back, we'll see Liz Manley in action as the ladies take the ice for the short program. Thanks for joining us on The Cutting Edge. And welcome back to the Canadian Open, where the ladies are on the ice warming up for their short program. And the order of skates, it'll be Josee Choinard starting things off, followed by Karen Preston, Tanya Kwiatkowski, Nicole Bobek, and Liz Manley. There are required elements for the short program. Here's a look at them. We've got the triple jump. Another highlight in the short program will be Nicole Bobek's spiral sequence.
Nicole Bobek had her best year ever back in 1995 when she won the U.S. national title and then went on to win a bronze medal at the World Championships. Well, at the 98 Olympics, she was 17th, and she wants to get back now to where she was. Roz, how is she doing?
Well, she's making some progress, but this is really a make-or-break year for Nicole. She hit rock bottom after Nagano and is on a slow, steady climb back up this season. She just oozes potential, but I think all eyes are on her with the expectation of seeing her focus, concentrate, and finally just do it. And if she's ever going to get enough confidence to win those titles back, every time out on the ice has to be 100%, and she has to skate well.
As we mentioned at the top of the show, Karen Kadavy is out due to a back injury. Let's go backstage and join Alice Cook.
I just spoke to Karen's doctor and coach, who told me that Karen developed back spasms yesterday at practice. This was not an ongoing injury, just something that came up yesterday. They tried to treat it with medication and therapy last night, but this morning when she tried to practice again, it did not feel any better. Her coach, Evelyn Kramer, told me that this is a great disappointment for Karen because in the past she has performed so well at this competition.
You do this great now. Exactly. Feel the edges, feel grounded. All right? Let it breathe.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Canada,
Josee Choinard getting last-minute advice from her coach there, Doug Lee. She's a three-time Canadian champion, finished 5th at the 1994 World Championships. Lives and trains in Toronto.
She'll be skating to Embraceable You, choreographed by Sandra Bezic. She's opening with the spiral sequence. Combination jump right here is the triple Lutz double toe. Little turnout out of the triple Lutz that was so solid in practice.
Josee told me that one area that was giving her difficulty in the technical program, the short program, were the spins, because she said normally now when she's spinning, the music tells her when to end. But in the short program, they have to count the revolutions.
Triple toe. That will be a 3/10 deduction for Josee. Combination spin, which has to have one change of foot and at least 2 changes of position. Well, she couldn't afford those little mistakes on the jumps. Not quite as clean as she was doing in practice.
They didn't take away really from the overall performance, but I'm sure they'll be much more costly in the marks.
She really gets the height on this triple Lutz. Right at the last second, her shoulders start to go. She had to turn out of it. Completed the double toe. Again, very shaky, though. And a beautiful double axel. You can see the height that she gets. And again, the height on this triple toe, she just starts over-rotating the shoulders right at the beginning. Her arms break out too soon. She can't hang on to that either.
The marks for skating techniques. 5.2.
And the first set of marks, these are for required elements, and this is where the mistakes will show up.
Well, I think the 4.9s are awfully low, considering that was a triple Lutz, and it just had a little bit of a turn out of it.
The marks for presentation.
And Roz, the marks for presentation go up considerably.
Much higher. It was a real clean, solid program.
5.6.
A lot of personality.
5.5.
And we'll be back with more in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And we're back in Kitchener, Canada for the Canadian Open, and on the ice now, second skater for the short program, former Canadian champion. Here is Karen Preston.
Karen has been performing in Walt Disney's World on Ice for several years as Snow White, so competing, this is a big challenge for her. She's opening with a triple flip double toe combination. Very nice. Very beautiful, solid triple toe.
Karen grew up and trained in Toronto, Ontario, and she has now moved to Florida. When she's not touring or competing, she's coaching down there.
She has one jump left, required element, the double axel. Might not have been as polished as Josee, but she certainly completed all the elements. And that's a huge accomplishment for Karen.
Program was choreographed by Marina Zueva and skated beautifully by Karen Preston.
And she really got the height on this triple flip for the rotation. Tight legs. It was actually landed with the free foot in the ice, but she completed the double toe at the end. And here's a really nice triple toe. Good air position. And the last jump, completing the elements. The double axel really leaning on the air. But boy, she was going to fight for that landing.
And what a relief for these skaters, Roz, when they actually do complete the elements.
That's the best feeling. You take them one at a time, get them done.
For skating techniques.
Well, let's take a look now at the marks for Karen Prester. And these range from 5.0 to 5.5.
And again, she did the elements. The spins weren't very fast. The choreography was a little slow. And again, the jumps in the air weren't necessarily perfect technique.
Presentation marks, they range from 5.3 to 5.6.
5.3, 5.3, 5.4.
Well, she finished 6th at the World Championships last year. This is her short program from that competition. To the music of Madame Butterfly, here is Tanya Kwiatkowski.
Tanya trains in Cleveland, Ohio with Carol Heiss-Jenkins, former Olympic champion. Opening with a spiral sequence. She's opening with the triple Lutz double toe. Program. She really takes her time on each element. Nice triple toe. Hanging on to the landing of the double axel. She was quite slow skating into it.
Tanya has just finished touring up here in Canada with world champion Elvis Stojko. She says she's just loving being a professional this year. Tanya Kwiatkowski.
And at 27 years old, she feels that her maturity is really helping her skating, and she has a lot of experience to draw on.
Nicole Bobek going through her last-minute mental preparations. She'll be on the ice next.
And this triple Lutz, straight up into the air. She gets a really tight leg position. Leaning a little, completed the double toe. Here's the combination spin, a variation of arm positions on the sit spin. Changing foot into the back sit spin position. This double axel, she really got twisted in the air. Too low on the landing knee, but she hung on.
The marks for skating techniques. 5.3.
First set of marks for Tanya and Roz. There's a big range in these marks from 5.0 all the way to 5.6.
Well, the 5.6 reflects a solid triple Lutz combination, the best we've seen so far. 5.0 because the double axel was a little squirrely.
Second set of marks range from 5.2 to 5.7, and that is enough to put her into first place in this point of the competition.
So after 3 skaters, it's Tanya Kwiatkowski in first, followed by Karen Preston and Josee Choinard.
On the ice now.
From the United States, Nicole Bobek.
National champion of the United States in 1995. As we've said, she's working her way back up. She needs a good, clean skate here. 21-year-old Nicole Bobek.
Skating to the music from the Zorro soundtrack. Nicole had 3 major mistakes in this short program in Nagano. She's got to put any of that behind her. Opening with the triple Lutz double toe. It's been great in practice. Nice. She has a very determined look on her face today. And Nicole can't get ahead of herself. She has to take her time. Footwork into a triple toe. Boy, is she getting coverage on these jumps.
And when Nicole is able to land her jumps, then she can just focus on doing what she does best, and that's selling the program.
Showing amazing flexibility here in the spiral sequence. Take her time on this double axel. Beautiful. And this is the kind of skating and attitude that is going to give Nicole the respect of these judges. Combination spin, and Tracy, not only has she landed the jumps, but she really has her knees into the ice, and she was right over the top of it today. That's a real relief to get that over with.
21 years of age. She's still so young. Nicole Bobek.
Elizabeth Manley taking in the applause for Nicole Bobek. She will be on the ice next.
That one was a real work one, though.
She really took her time going into this triple Lutz, really with a lot of speed.
I felt like it was a
great height. Almost put her hand down.
All I thought was right shoulder, right shoulder.
Nice double toe.
And I was like, oh my God, I'm close to the boards. I got scared. Was the spins long enough?
Flying camel.
Yes, they were. You made the last one just fine.
Very nice extension.
Because I was like, I better not do that pose.
Yeah, that's fine. That was fine.
Yeah,
See, this was
now, a lot of height on this double axel. She really vaults into the ice. Good leg position.
I didn't touch that.
I didn't think you did.
No, I didn't.
The marks for required elements.
Hi, Brian. Judges ready now with their first set of marks for Nicole Bobek, and these range from 5.1 to 5.6. 5.1 is awfully low, considering the strength of those jumps.
The marks for presentation.
Great set of second marks here, Roz.
Well, she put a lot of expression into that number. And again, the look of determination on her face.
Well, those are good enough for first place with one skater left to come in the competition, and that is Elizabeth Manley.
Started laughing.
Welcome back to the Canadian Open. Ice dancers are getting ready for their original dance, which will be coming up shortly. First competition for Maya Usova and Yevgeny Platov. Canadians Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz get to perform in front of a hometown audience. And a last-minute touch-up there for Maurizio Margalio.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Canada, Elizabeth Manley.
She stole everybody's heart in Canada at the 1988 Olympics. She got in the way of the Battle of the Carmens, won the silver medal. Here is Elizabeth Manley. She is skating to music from the soundtrack, Legends of the Fall.
And having been professional for 10 years, this short program is a challenge for Liz. Going back to the nerves and the technical elements. She's opening here the triple sow. Oh, had to put her hand down. Didn't complete the double toe on the end of that. Double axel, which is her strongest jump. Is a much softer look for Liz. We're seeing her skate high energy programs. She's really challenging herself with that also. I could explain really how hard it is to feel out of your element coming from professional touring to a short program. I give Liz so much credit for having the guts. Feeling sick, she sure is over her skates today.
Elizabeth Manley, bronchitis, ear infections, still able to keep this audience in the palm of her hand with lovely skating.
And this triple sow, again, something she's had to go back and work on. She started off fine, really started leaning. There was no way she could hang on to that landing.
Ready for it.
I rotate it. With a very solid double flip here at the end of the program.
Love you, Mom. We already have the same sickness. It's all right.
The marks for required elements.
Oh, my God.
Elizabeth did not have the elements tonight, and that's reflected in these marks, and they range from 4.4 to 4.8.
I think 4.4 is awfully brutal. Again, she did a beautiful double axel, and all the other elements were clean except for the triple.
The good quality of her skating reflected in the presentation marks, Roz. And the standings after the ladies' short program. Nicole Bobek is out on top, followed by Tanya Kwiatkowski, Preston, Choinard, and Liz Manley. And for Nicole's performance in the short program, Whirlpool is proud to present its Job Well Done.
Backstage with Nicole Bobek. What a great job. You've been skating so well so far this season. Do you feel like you're getting your feet back under you?
Definitely. I think I still need a little bit more work, but it's definitely coming along pretty good.
Do you have something to prove to yourself after what happened in Nagano?
I think so. This year I've taken it really personal, and I just said, you know, I feel like I didn't fulfill what I've been born to do, so now I'm working on it harder.
You have a new coach, well, Richard Callahan, an old new coach, but a new attitude too, I think.
Yeah, we've been really working hard. I think we really communicate better this year than we did in '95, and it seems to work out great.
And what was this at the kiss and cry?
That was saying hi to one of my friends.
Okay, can you do it again so we know what we're talking about? The hand signal. A special friend, okay.
Saying hi, and boy, didn't I skate well. Nicole Bobek, the leader after the ladies' short program. When we come back, the ice dancers will take the ice for the original dance. Welcome back to the Canadian Open in the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium, where the ice dancers have taken the ice for the original dance. It's Usova and Platov. They'll be followed by Born and Kratz and Fusar, Poli, and Margalio. There are required elements in the original dance. One thing that you will notice is the tempo. The skaters can either skate to the jive beat or the waltz.
The favorites in the ice dancing competition, by virtue of their bronze medal win at the 1998 World Championships, are Canadians Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz. Now, you'll remember them from Nagano when they challenged the judging and created all kinds of controversy. But, Roz, the judging isn't an issue here. I think Shaylin and Victor have just been able to put all that behind them and concentrate on their skating.
Well, they do love to skate, and they have a major desire to do and be better. They have that fire right now. They're taking it 1 year at a time. Their goal is the 2002 Olympics. But that's not the pressure they're putting on themselves. They just want to go out there, especially here, and just make a good showing.
At the 98 Olympics, Shaylin and Victor were critical of the judging. And the consequences of that controversy resulted in rule changes in ice dance.
I think the dance has always been a great sport. There's just been other things that go with it that haven't been, and I think it was made aware of last year, and just the fact that changes are being made is a good sign. It means growth, and that's going to take time. It hasn't just it won't happen overnight. It's going to take time, and we're aware of that. We're not naive to the fact that there's been problems, but it's getting better, and I think our season has been good so far. We have new programs that I think are better than last year's programs. We've grown, and we've grown together because of last year. I think we're stronger, even more confident, and happy with the routine. So it's going to be a good year, I think.
Shaylin and Victor hoping that they can make a difference and help all of ice dancers to find a fairer system of judging. Yevgeny Platov was Olympic champion with Pasha Grishuk, but nobody was surprised when they called it quits earlier this year because Pasha has always wanted to become a Hollywood star. Whispered rumors of abuse caused Maya to leave Sasha Zulin, and together Maya and Yevgeny are hoping to forget their stormy past. It's a story only Hollywood could script. Two couples, between them, 2 Olympic gold medals, an Olympic silver and bronze medal, and 5 world championships. They decided to split with their respective partners this year. Pasha Grishuk to pair with Sasha Zulin, while Maya Usova to find a pro career with Yevgeny Platov. Maya and Yevgeny now train near the Jersey Shore. For them, it has become a welcome respite from their often stormy partnerships of the past.
I make my decision right after Olympic Games because it was, again, so many problems with Pasha. I decided to continue my skating career, but with different partner. And I came to Maya in a tour, in a Tom Collins tour, and I offered her to skate with me. But it was so easy, it was no other partner can be my partner, this scale and that good, because she's great, she's absolutely fabulous, and I said just she can be my partner.
From '89 to early 1997, Pasha and Yevgeny's training was sometimes stressful, yet it strengthened them to win their first of 2 Olympic gold medals.
Of course, it was lots of time when I will put in my memory forever to make me smile, to make me laugh. I realized she's a very talented girl, and I realized we can do a pretty good job, and we can win in general. We can be #1 couple in Russia and then in the world. She gets some attention, the changing the name, to dye her, color of her hair, but it's fine to me. It was fine, absolutely, because actually it worked for us. But some publicity, what she did, and I really don't like it. And some of make people laugh, and it was kind of bad publicity. But still, any publicity is good publicity. Any problem you cannot bring on ice, you cannot bring on stage. You have to forget everything was behind the stage, and you have to perform the great. So what we realized, we're both talented people, and we can win. It wasn't that easy. 3 times we split completely. It was in '92, '94, and I believe '95. We cannot really go forward. We just stop.
When I skate with Yevgeny, everything perfect. And I'm so happy, my partner understands me. Right now, I'm so enjoying my life, and I do my best. And right now, I understand because, my coach, my new coach, and my new partner tell me every day, Maya, you're not bad. You're great skater. And because all the time, my partner, maybe it's just like tactic, it's way, Sash, like all the time he tell me, oh, Maya, you're nothing. You're just like zero.
While Maya and Sasha were winning a bronze medal at the 1992 Winter Olympics, Sasha's public affair with then 20-year-old Oksana Grishuk further splintered a crumbling marriage. In Lillehammer, the affair was over, as well as the marriage for Maya.
1 year ago, when Pasha's mom come to Tom Collins tour and start to talk to me, and I talked to her, nice, and she asked me about why you're not friendly with my daughter and why you're friendly with terrible Oksana Bayul. And, I tell, what, I am friendly with Oksana Bayul, so many years. This is my best friend. And I can be friendly with your daughter. I'm sorry. And her mom tell me, Ma, you know, God tell everybody you must forgive and you must forget everything. And I tell, I'm sorry, I can't. You can't do this change. And, you know, my message for, you know, for all people, you know, people must be stronger. And people, if people really want, it's people really try, and it's possible, everything.
Just the other day it was big storm in this ocean, and now it's just so quiet. I feel the same. Love, nice, great, and just like quiet and relief, big relief.
When we come back, we'll see Maya and Yevgeny compete together for the first time.
The Kitchener Memorial Auditorium in Canada for the Canadian Open and in their first ever competition as a team. Here are Maya Usova and Yevgeny Platov. Skating to Edith Piaf, and this is a waltz.
They both seem much more at peace since the change of partnerships. Choreography with their coach, Tatiana Tarasova. And actually, this number is only 3 weeks old.
They had to create this program for this competition because it did require an original dance, which is out of Olympic competition. Skaters could choose the tempo, either a waltz or a jive. Impressed with how fluid this team is, and I'm also impressed with the quality of their choreography. It's very difficult.
They seem so well suited together. Amazing after having won medals with other partners, how quickly that's come together.
And often it's the first performance, the first competition that's the hardest, so they'll be glad to have that one under their belt. But boy, they didn't look awkward at all, as you were saying, Roz. Maya Usova and Yevgeny Platov.
When I say they're so well suited, their bodies just flow together so perfectly. Wonderful unison.
And I think it's so evident also, Roz, that they're very, very happy together. They feel free.
You see the relaxation in their faces. That's a wonderful move.
She said she was so nervous coming in here because she hadn't skated with him before. He said to me, you know, sometimes it feels so great. But he said it always just feels so different.
They seem to already have a friendship that's carrying out there onto the ice.
Hi to everybody.
Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz getting ready to compete next. And there's a look at the panel of judges, ISU judges.
The marks for composition.
First set of marks for composition, and a huge discrepancy, a low mark of 4.5 all the way up to a 5.5.
5.7.
Well, these are pretty consistent across the board. Presentation marks go from 5.6 to 5.8. When we come back, Canadians Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz will take the ice. We're back at the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium in Canada for the original dance. And on the ice, six-time Canadian champions, world bronze medalists. They have a huge following here in Canada. 22-year-old Shaylin Bourne, their 27-year-old partner Victor Kratz, and they will be doing their waltz.
This music is a Celtic dance by Choinard, and the interpretation is he who courts a beautiful woman. She said it's really about romance.
They choreographed this in collaboration with world and Olympic champions Jane Torval and Christopher Dean.
And the joy in their skating is so evident on their faces. Very smooth with a lot of flow across the ice, but it's very intricate choreography, a lot of very complicated feet.
I agree, Roz, and I think there's a lot more content in this program than they had in their original dance at the Olympic Games.
Very intricate
for them. No question in this building that the audience like it. A fine ovation. Canadians skating at home. Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz and her mother, Peggy Skipper.
They really just seem to flow across the ice. Everything's very smooth. not jerky at all.
And that's because, Roz, they have such a great use of their knees, very lilting knees. It gives them the softness and the smoothness when they cover the ice. They also have quite a soft sell, very natural. Some people don't like it. They want to see the drama of the Russian skaters. Other people love it, and I think that's what kind of makes them user-friendly.
Look at some of the moves choreographed by Jane Torval and Christopher Dean.
From my side, it was okay. Yeah? See, it's a little bit.
Okay.
The marks for composition.
Let's see now what the judges think of Shaylin Bourne, Victor Kratz.
Very consistent.
Right across the board. Second set of marks for presentation, and these go up 5/8 and 5/9. Strong set of marks for Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz, and they're the leaders at this point in the short program. There is still one team left to compete. A team that is still competing in the Olympic eligible events. They plan to represent their country right up until the 2002 Olympic Games. Fifth in the worlds in 1998. Barbara Fusar Poli and Maurizio Margaglio. And this is their jive from the 98 year.
They skate with a lot of drama and flair, skating to Since I Met You, Baby. The waltz and the jive out here today. Tracy, how do the judges judge the difference between the two styles?
This is very, very difficult for these judges because they're only used to comparing one style. In order to attract all the skaters to this event, they wanted to give them the option of doing the jive or the waltz. But it's impossible to judge. It's apples against oranges. One of the ways they'll use to distinguish the teams is pure technical ability, and you can see with this team there's a lot of toes digging into the ice. It shows poor technique. Well, they went all out in that performance. Barbara Fusar Poli, Maurizio Margaglio, Italian champions, ranked 5th in the world.
And Tracy, I felt their bodies didn't stay as close together in the choreography as Bourne and Kratz. And like you said, a lot of toe work, not a lot of edges.
When you do separate as a dance team, it does make it easier to execute the movements. So the judges look for them to stay close together. What I like about this team is the way they deliver, the fire. They just go out 100%, and I think that's what's gotten them to where they are in the world. But what is going to hold them back is the technique and the scratchy skating.
Ciao! Sempre divertente.
Ciao Gibus, per Nicole anche. Nicole. Capito?
Ciao Diego, se non mi vedi.
Ciao Italia.
Viva la Francia!
Vive la France. Viva l'Italia.
Judges are ready now with the marks for Fusar, Poli, and Margalio. First set of marks, 5.4 right across the board.
Again, consistent, but the lowest of the evening so far.
The marks for presentation.
And their presentation marks,
5.6.
these do go up quite a bit. 5.6s and 5.7s, but that's only enough for third place in the short program. Standings for the original dance, and once again, it's worth 50% of the total score. Canadian Shaylin-born Victor Kratz in first. Usova and Platov have finished in second place. Fusar, Poli, Margalio in third. Now let's go backstage and join Alice Cook.
Backstage with Shaylin-born and Victor Kratz. Nothing like skating in front of the home crowd, right?
Oh, it's the best. And Canada always has a great crowd, but it's especially nice to be here because it's so close to my home. I feel like I'm at home right now.
This was a new routine. How do you guys come up with new ideas every year, different ideas?
Well, I think it's just the possibility of working with a variety of people, and I think just being focused, training at one location, and just expanding your horizons and your skating skills and training abilities.
I know both of you were disappointed about what happened in Nagano. Are you so determined this year to prove yourselves?
I think Nagano only made us stronger, and we're kind of sort of past that event now, and we're ready for another year. We feel better, our skating's better, and we're prepared. I think it'll be a great season.
Can you hang out for Salt Lake City?
Oh, definitely.
It's a good possibility, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's your goal, but definitely, you take it season by season, and you train for that goal, and then whatever happens, happens.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thanks.
Kitchener Memorial Auditorium for the Canadian Open. On the ice next, the men's short program. Hello, everybody. I'm Tracy Wilson, along with Peter Carruthers. And Peter, this short program has to favor two-time silver medalist from the United States, Michael Weiss.
Well, I think it does favor Michael Weiss because he's Olympic eligible, and he has the advantage in the short program because the focus is on the jumps and the spins, something he's used to doing every day as far as the required elements are concerned. And then you've got Kurt Browning. Always had trouble with the short program. In fact, it canceled him out of medals at 2 Olympic Games. So in order for him to be competitive, he's going to have to step it up. It is his nemesis, the short program. Brian Orser, on the other hand, just a month ago, came off of a big upset when he beat Olympic champion Ilya Kulik. So he'll definitely round out a very interesting men's field in this competition.
That was at the Masters of Figure Skating. And Peter, let's take a look back at the short program. Here's how we called it.
And now on the ice, a true veteran in this competition, at least 10 years older than his competitors, has been skating pro for 11 years. Two-time Olympic silver medalist from Canada, Brian Orser.
And the last time Brian performed an Olympic short program was in 1988. So this is a real challenge for him. Combination jump he has planned is a triple lutz double toe, something he's recently added back to his repertoire. Nice. Good for him.
Right on the money.
You know, it's hard to come out and compete against recent Olympic champions.
And look at this great footwork. Does he have fast feet? Quick changes of direction. Just firing it off.
Nice triple Salchow.
That's experience for you right there.
Absolutely. Years of performing and being under this kind of pressure. Showing you can stand up against those younger skaters. This entire program has so much energy. Well, we all competed with Brian at the '84 Olympics. We're from here in era, and we appreciate just how difficult it is to do what he's just done. Congratulations, Brian. Feeling.
I'll be honest with you. I think he attacked that program more than any of the men.
Absolutely. Maybe he had a little bit more to prove. Technically, it wasn't at the same level, but he really delivered the performance.
That's a personal triumph.
Peter, Brian really was on a high after Boise, Idaho, when he left the Masters competition. But when he came home, his world virtually fell apart. And over the past few weeks, Brian has been under intense media scrutiny over a lawsuit launched against him.
Find the right words for where to begin. What I'm being sued for is it's a same-sex palimony case. Which is unusual here, I guess unusual anywhere in society. And we're a gay couple. You know, when you split up, normally you go separate directions and leave with what you came with. And I was in a relationship, a same-sex relationship for 4.5 years. And we went our separate ways, and so now I'm being slapped with a lawsuit for support and etc. So, you know, I'm sort of dealing with a lot of things at one time. I'm dealing with the fact that I've been outed because I kept my personal life very private. I never lied about my private life because I was never asked about it. But I did lead a gay lifestyle, and which is a situation I was born into. But it's difficult in so many ways because suddenly I've been outed, and also I'm being slapped with this palimony suit. And you know, it's tough, and it was overwhelming, the support I got from the skating community and from the public. Just people who think, you know, it's no big deal and it's no one's business, and why is this, because he's a celebrity, being dragged why is he being dragged through all this, and why is it out there for everyone to read? But it was, but I was overwhelmed with the support, and it sort of lessened some of the pain I was feeling, and you know, it was overwhelming. Is really the only word I can think of.
Well, you know, I think Elvis Stojko summed it up best. With all of this brouhaha, he just said to one of the print journalists, "So what?" And that does tag it pretty well. It's just too bad that Brian Orser's privacy had to be invaded. He's a great guy.
Well, let's hope he can get his focus back together for the short program. We'll see Brian and the rest of the men's field right after this.
stage with Elvis Stojko. First of all, why aren't you skating in this competition?
Well, I've done 2 internationals, just got off tour, and I figured that I was invited to skate in this, but I think it was a little bit too much, especially after last weekend with the injury and everything and the legs bothering me. I think it was a good idea just to relax, come in and enjoy the show for once.
What do you think of the men's field?
I think it's strong. I think it'll be good. It's nice. I haven't seen the guys skate in a while when I'm not in it, involved in it, so it's kind of nice to sit back and watch. And I think I might be up in the CTV booth kind of chatting a little bit with the gang, so it should be fun.
That sounds fun. Well, in Nagano, the world found out that you were dealing with that groin injury. How is your health now?
Very good, actually. It's last weekend on tour, the last show was a little bit scary. I kind of took a step backwards for a little bit, but I had to make some precautions and take myself out of the show and take my a couple days to myself. And right now it's doing very well, and it should be okay for nationals in January.
How about a showdown with Kurt Browning? What would you think of that?
I think that would be fun. The days when I was competing against Kurt and we were rivals, it was fun. So hopefully in the next couple of years when I start doing some Pro-Am stuff, we should get out there and do the thing out in the ice, so it should be good.
Great. Thanks a lot.
All right.
First to skate in the men's short program. 8-time British champion, finished 6th at the 1998 Olympic Games. Popular wherever he goes. Here is 26-year-old Stephen Cousins. He is skating his short program from the Olympic Games, and it's called Cool Jazz.
He's going to lighten up this short program. Is the way to get started. Great combination. Perfect rotation. Good landing. Awkward spin on the camel.
Stephen is from Great Britain. He trains in Barrie, Ontario with Elvis Stojko under coach Doug Lee. He's leaving his options for the Olympic Games open, but instead of competing at Nationals and Worlds this year, he plans to tour in the United States.
Now they have to do steps, that is footwork, skating into the triple jump. Here it is, his jump, the triple Lutz. And what was good about that was the way he skated out of it with a good landing, good rotation. We have 8 required elements: jump, spins, footwork. So you tip them off as you land each one. Nice double axel. Good coverage across the ice. What a relief, a very solid short program for Stephen Cousins. One small moment of insecurity on his combination spin.
British national champion, and you see some British flags, some Union Jacks flying here. 26-year-old Stephen Cousins.
Now, this triple axel started things off right. Now watch him do a double toe loop after it. That's the jump combination. first thing in the program. Good to get that out of the way because you can relax for the rest of it. Coach Doug Lee giving a big fist pump saying, yeah, you got it. And in his spin, you can see how he stays in one spot. That makes it a good spin.
Good steps, nice run, up she went, kept it square.
First set of marks. These are for required elements for Stephen Cousins, and what a range. The judges did not know what to do with him. He's got everything from a 5.5 to a 4.7.
Well, there's some question on the spin in that program that we didn't get to see in replay, unfortunately. However, that could have taken its toll on the first mark.
Great jumps, poor spins, but a beautiful set of presentation marks for Stephen Cousins. And we'll be back with more right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, from France, Eric Milo.
On the ice now, comes all the way from France, 29-year-old Eric Milo. Skating to music, Tosca by Puccini.
First big jump will be the triple axel. Forward takeoff. And again, notice the step out of that, not a secure landing. 3/10 deduction there. Notice the nice smooth run out on the landing of that jump, much better.
French national champion. He now lives in Palm Desert, California, and he spends his summers skating at SeaWorld in California.
Required that they do a footwork step down the ice. Quick changes of position, different edges.
Eric Milo, French national champion.
A professional who has once again entered into this Olympic format short program where the judges are looking for 8 required elements, jumps, spins, footwork, that have to be executed. If that does not happen, they get a deduction for failure or omission. Let's check this jump. Actually, only a double axel on that jump. I called it a triple, my mistake. However, a flip out on the landing, what is more of an error than the rotation itself. 3/10 of a deduction there. And this is the footwork steps that lead into the triple flip. Watch the landing here. Compare this to what we just saw. See the nice run out? That's much better. That's the way the landing should look.
once again, a triple toe loop here and a double toe loop after that.
Well, those mistakes, Peter, very costly in the first set of marks for Eric Milo. And these range from 4.1 to 4.9.
Very low at 4.1.
Second set of marks go up. Not enough, though, to put him ahead of Stephen Cousins. He is in second place at this point in the competition.
Okay. Goodbye.
On the ice now, two-time national silver medalist of the United States. Finished 6th at the World Championships in 1998. Here is 22-year-old Michael Weiss, and he is having a great year. He has finished second to Alexei Yagudin, the world champion, in 2 fall competitions.
Again,
his program was choreographed by he and his wife Lisa, amidst the music of Van Halen.
And it's a very athletic short program. It'll really get your attention. He'll fire off tough elements. What you need. Now that's the confidence of doing it every day in practice that helped him on that combination. Very solid. Lisa had their first child in September, a little girl named Annie Mae. She's been accompanying them to all his competitions this fall, and I think she's just become his good luck charm. Appears to be the case. I actually talked to Michael about just that. He said, hey, skating's in my life, but my number one thing, the family.
22-year-old Michael Weiss from the United States.
Things started off well right here. Great triple axel, good rotation. Look at the confidence he has on the landing. He can just do that so easily because he's done it so many times in repetition. And again, very nice execution on this triple-triple. Very strong athlete. Triple Lutz vaulting up into the air and just giving it that authority that he needs to be in command.
Here's the first set of marks for required element. Peter, 5.5 to 5.8.
These are all very strong marks. However, there definitely is room, looking at the low of 5.5.
Second set of marks for presentation, 1.57 to 5.5, and the rest 5.8s, and those are good enough. for Michael Weiss to take the lead in the short program. But when we come back, Kurt Browning will take the ice. Four-time world champion, four-time Canadian champion, and he has earned himself the reputation as being the professional skater to beat. Here is 32-year-old Kurt Browning. Short program. You'll recognize the music, An American in Paris. Not only is Kurt at a disadvantage in the short program, and that he doesn't practice it daily in training, Peter, he also hates doing the short program. I think that's even worse. He finds it too restrictive.
Well, history has told us that with what has happened at Olympic Games when he's been canceled out, but he can just get these required elements done. He could be very well set up for the next program. The first, triple toe loop, double toe loop. Very good. This is where he excels with footwork because he can change direction so easily and entertain so well while doing it. Very difficult. Here's his triple jump, the triple Salchow. He did it.
Perhaps not the technical difficulty of some of the other performances, but a great performance by Kurt Browning. He gets a nice reception from this audience.
Specifically, what you're talking about, Tracy, is the triple jump that he chose, the Salchow, whereas Michael Weiss did the triple axel. Kurt Browning in costume and character just firing off these jumps very well. But again, we have to look at the difficulty that he had against that of a Michael Weiss. But what makes him exceptional are these feet. The way he moves across the ice with such ease. He isolates his upper body from his lower body. A true dancer on the ice. Just brilliant to see.
Spin stayed together, the footwork stayed together. I caught an edge over there, but tipped the toe.
And again, coordination is paramount with Kurt Browning. To be able to move like this with such dancer-like feet, uncharacteristic of some of the top males in the world.
First set of marks for acquired element for Kurt Browning, and these have to hurt.
And just showing more great jumps. Yes, the jumps aren't as hard as what Michael Weiss did. That's why we're seeing the low first mark. But look at this.
Well, presentation marks 5'7" all the way up to 5'9". This is where Kurt Browning shines. He's a performer. Still to come, Brian Orser. We'll be back after this. He has been to the World Championships on 2 occasions, both times top 10 finish. 1998, he was 8th. From Canada, 23-year-old Jeffrey Langdon.
A lot of the men will do the triple axel first because that's the hardest jump, so they want to get it out of the way. That's exactly what he's going to do. Here it is. No. Folding at the waist, causing a failure on the landing. Again, that break at the waist is causing these landings to be very labored.
Was 12 years old when he watched the '88 Olympics in Calgary. He was so inspired by the Battle of the Bryans. He moved to Barrie, Ontario to train with Brian's coach, Doug Lee.
Now that jump was much better, for he kept his back nice and straight in the air, allowing him to do a good landing.
To me before this event, I've never toured. I've had little show experience. And he says, I'm just thrilled to be here with the likes of Kurt Browning so I can take it all in and learn.
That's the right guy to learn from.
Eighth in the world. 23-year-old Jeffrey Langdon from Canada.
Not his best. Some failures on the landing. He's looking at possibly 7/10 because of the problems he had on the jumps. Finding out what it's like to compete with the big guns. The one thing you don't want to have happen in the short program is a failed element on the jump, and you can see as he gets up into the air, rotation occurs, but the break in the waist is what causes the fall. And that's the end result. Not good.
5.0, 4.8, 5.0.
And here are the first set of marks for Jeffrey Langdon, ranging from 4.6 to 5.0.
These marks are really down there because of the problems that he had on the landings of the jumps.
Presentation marks are slightly more encouraging, and these range from 5.2 to 5.7. Problems have been corrected. Kurt Browning, in actual fact, is in second place behind Michael Weiss. And on the ice now, two of the finest silver medal winning performances in Olympic skating history were performed by Brian Orser. He finished second in '84 to Scott Hamilton and second in '88 to Brian Boitano. Skating to the music, Swing, Swing, Swing.
The hardest required element he'll have in his program will be what's coming up next. It's the triple Lutz double toe. No. Fall that will definitely cost him on the first mark of 4/10.
Even more distracting for Brian than the lawsuit is the fact that this month marks the anniversary of his brother's death and the 2-year anniversary of his mother's passing. So he's carrying a lot.
But getting it back nicely on that jump, double axel. Well, for Brian Orser, Tracy Wilson, I would have to say that the distraction off the ice has got to take its toll. This man has been through a lot, and it's not easy to go out under a very refined, short program like this and do all those elements and do them well with all that's happened to Brian Orser.
Taking in the support and the encouragement of a Canadian audience.
Here's the triple Lutz that he fell on. He starts to lean in the air, and then that right arm jets out, and he falls. And he knows that that is going to set him back in this short program. And then the triple Salchow, getting up nice and straight, but still labored on the landing, not the smooth landing we're used to seeing from Brian Orser, but no deduction there. This is where he was right on this double axel. Very well done there. Following it up with very strong footwork, like Kurt Browning, good with footwork.
Marks for Brian Orser. First set of marks will be required elements. Once again, this is where the mistakes will cost him. And the marks range from 4.6 to 4.3.
Well, the judges cannot ignore the required elements that failed in this, so we're looking at up to 7/10, and we're seeing it.
But they can reward a fine performance in these marks. Presentation marks, 5.2 all the way up to 5.8. And the standings after the men's short program. It's Michael Weiss from the United States on top, ahead of Kurt Browning of Canada, Stephen Cousins from Great Britain, and he's followed by Brian Orser, Jeffrey Langdon, and Eric Milo.
Canadian Open on TNT has been brought to you by germ-killing Listerine. Don't let a good mouth go bad. By Citgo. Depend on Citgo when it counts. By HBO. It's not TV, it's HBO. And by Ralston Purina Company of Checkerboard Square.
Let's take a look at the standings after the short program. The interpretive programs will take place tomorrow. The German team of Wutzel and Steuer on top in the pairs competition, and Nicole Bobek delivered what she set out to do in the ladies event. She's in first. Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz of Canada in first place after their original dance, followed by Usova and Platov. And once again, we saw Kurt Browning have some trouble in the men's short program. He's following Michael Weiss of the United States.
Thank you, Alice. Now it's time for some final thoughts. Roz?
Well, the highlight for me was seeing Nicole Bobek really deliver the short program. And what I loved was the look of fire and determination on her face. And hopefully she can keep that for the interpretive free program tomorrow night.
Another skater that looked very determined, Peter, was Michael Weiss.
Michael Weiss did look determined. He was right at home in the short program, and he's just so athletic. And I think the parenthood is treating him well. But it's not over yet, because the person that's going to shine in the interpretive free program is Kurt Browning. So I can't wait to see that take place tomorrow night.
Well, that is tomorrow night, so join us again, please. And on behalf of Rosalind Sumners, Peter Carruthers, and Alice Cook, I'm Tracy Wilson. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
With rules, regulations, and restrictions. Straight ahead, the interpretive pairs with Canadian champions Sargent and Wirtz up against their longtime rivals Wutzel and Steuer. Interpretive dance features the new alliance of Usova and Platov, who will go head-to-head against the leaders. Canadian champions Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz, who are ready with a river dance revival. The men are set for liftoff in Kitchener. Jeff Langdon will compete against his heroes. Brian Orser, who can still soar with the best. And King Kurt Browning back in the heat of battle. Up next, the Sears Open, Part 2.
Skating has needed some kind of structure for a very long time. What happened was it grew so big, so fast, and there was really no structure in place. So you saw so many different events, and you never really knew what meant what was more important than what, and now finally there is some structure in place.
You would think that it would favor the amateurs because you have International Skating Union judges, International Skating Union rules, but you don't think so.
No, obviously the short program favors the eligible skaters because this is what they have been practicing all year long. The pros aren't used to, you know, counting revolutions on spins or doing 8 elements in 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They're not used to that. However, when you get to the interpretive skate, which is what you will see today, this is worth 2/3 of the mark. This is a huge chunk. Now, the interpretive skate is all about choreography. It's all about music interpretation, expression, performance, and there's very little emphasis placed on the actual jumps. In fact, they're only allowed to perform for the men 4 jumps, triple jumps, and for the women 3 triple jumps. So this definitely favors the pro skaters.
We'll have the champions in the women's competition, the men in the dance as well. We'll show you something we couldn't show you when we originally broadcast this on CTV and CTV Sportsnet. We're going to start with the entire pairs interpretive free skate.
After the short program, Mandy Wutzel and Ingo Steuer from Germany in first, Kyoko Ina and John Zimmerman in third, and in fourth, the 1994 world champions Shishkova and Naumov.
The pairs interpretive free, they are limited to 3 lifts. They may do 1 throw jump. No triple jumps are permitted.
Don't you feel, Barb, as a pairs skater, these rules are really prohibitive on this discipline because part of pair skating is that ability to have that risk factor.
This is something you really need time to prepare for because choreography is paramount in this event. And if you're just using a program that you have used before in an exhibition format, then it may not work here tonight. So it's something that hopefully will develop further as they explore these open events.
Here is a partnership that is just developing. Kyoko Ina and John Zimmerman. Kyoko used to be with Jason Dungeon and was a two-time U.S. national champion.
Skating to Phantom of the Opera. Triple sow cow, and she does it.
Kyoko Ina and John Zimmerman from the United States. Third after the short program.
Certainly this was a much better performance than they had in the short program. They still need some work on their unison, but it's starting to come together.
They have been together just a short time, but already making great strides. These two were with different partners. John Zimmerman with Stephanie Stigler and Kyoko Ina with Jason Dungeon, an American pairs champion.
Thanks, but I don't think that's mine.
With the triple twist.
Thank you.
And the side-by-side double axes, you'll see here the unison is way off on these, and that is simply because they haven't had the time together. And where I really notice it is in their stroking and the way that they move. They're not moving together as one yet, and it's very noticeable. She managed to hang on to that throw. It's something they have a lot of difficulties with. And here's the star lift.
Something happened here.
Right there.
I think one of the greatest benefits for this team together in the developmental stage, training with world champions, Bereshnaya and Sigerlitsi,
who have outstanding
Kyoko with her old partner Jason Dungeon finished fourth at the Olympics and then did not compete at the Worlds because of a freak injury. And then after that, the separation and this new partnership.
The marks for presentation, 5.3.
And those are the marks. We'll watch the rest of this field.
5.2.
By, they have set the standard, Ina and Zimmerman.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Russia, Evgenia Shishkova and Vadim Naumov.
Evgenia Shishkova and Vadim Naumov, Russian husband and wife. 4 years ago, they were champions of the world.
And here's a team that has no difficulty with unison. They've had the benefit of many years together to develop that. And also, they've learned to really develop a great deal of showmanship. event, that's for sure.
I don't think Figaro ever looked so good.
This is a brilliant routine, perfect for this format.
Wow.
They worked that music. They used every highlight, and the moves that they used for those highlights were perfect. It was just perfectly done.
And one of the things, as we mentioned before, even though they're only allowed a certain amount of lifts and jumps, the lifts they did use, you wouldn't see anywhere else in any amateur competition. We'll be back. The skate and vice versa. And it doesn't matter what type of music you use. You can use an operetta, an opera, but if it's the skaters who can bring life to it, like these two have.
They have to connect with it. And this was the opening move, which set up the program so well and set the tone.
I guess now
for this performance.
I hope.
Great performance.
Every illegal lift in the book.
Yeah. It was so original, and that's part of the very first mark, skating for skating technique. The judges are gonna look at edge quality, originality, speed, innovation, ice coverage, style.
No,
and that's what this performance had.
And I stepped kind of aside, you know, and I pushed not behind.
Remember, it's not about the difficulty. It's about how they used all the elements and worked them together to enhance the music.
Oh, it's okay.
Triple flip.
And there is no other program that you're going to see here tonight that will come anywhere near close to this performance choreographically, the value of what they've put together here.
It's interesting to note that, again, it's not about tricks, but the tricks in this performance helped it.
5.5.
Great marks.
The marks for
Presentation will be higher.
Very nice.
Wow.
This is going to be very, very tough to beat.
Shishkova and Naumov. First right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Germany, Mandy Wetzel and Ingo Steuer.
3 years after Shishkova and Naumov skated to the top of the world as a pairs team, this team did the same. The Germans, Mandy Wetzel and Ingo Steuer.
Certainly they are the favorites here to win because of the fact that they were the 97 world champions. Skating to the music, Mandy.
25 years ago, a young German woman named Martina Wurzel had a favorite singer named Barry Manilow. She named her daughter after that song, Mandy. Now Mandy Wurzel and her partner Ingo Stoya skate to it. The crowd here at Kitchener loved it.
It's a holiday world.
They love Canada.
They just finished the Cross Canada tour with Elvis Stojko.
Now, one of the things, Barb, about, as we take a look at one of their lifts, about Pro-Am competition, the Pro-Am, is that they brought ISU judges in to take away maybe some of the subjectivity of judging. How do you judge this?
How do you judge
against Shishkova and Naumov?
This really had a very emotional impact, and you felt that in the audience by their reaction. But the choreography was certainly not as intricate, not as difficult as Shishkova Naumov. I would definitely go with Shishkova Naumov based on the fact that their choreography was so innovative, so creative. Their moves were original.
Keep in mind also, though, that Shishkova and Naumov were fourth after the short program. Wurzel and Stoyer were first. It may be too far for them to climb over.
It may be too far for them to win, but remember, this is also worth 2/3 of the total mark.
One team to come.
And the judges also may have been swayed by the audience reaction. They had a tremendous reaction.
That never happens, does it?
Well, maybe not with ISU judges.
The marks for skating
It's nice to see them skating so relaxed, though, so in tune with one another, and skating a very emotional performance.
They had such a struggle in their amateur careers, climbing, finally getting to the pinnacle, and you knew they would be tremendous professional skaters. Look at the marks of presentation. They are the leaders. Shishkova and Naumov get 2 first-place ordinals in the free skate. But they are currently second.
Canada, Christy Sargent and Chris Wirtz.
And there is only one team that can knock off the Germans. Team Canada, Christy Sargent and Chris Wirtz. Does this program have the impact to do it?
We will see. They're skating to Frank Sinatra, Fly Me to the Moon. It's a program they've just put together for this event. They've taken pieces of their long program, their Duke Ellington program, and put it to this music.
In other words,
Last time I saw Fly Me to the Moon, I saw a leap of faith in there. Barb Underhill and Paul Martini made it one of their signatures.
And actually, we won this event with this number. I know this piece of music very well. One of my favorites.
One of the crowd favorites, certainly. Christy Sargent and Chris Wirtz. Where will they figure in this final equation in the pairs competition? We'll find out. There is brother Paul, their coach.
And they opened with this double axel that just hung in the air. That looked so easy. And the performance really looked easy. They looked completely comfortable out there.
Really good.
I think they could have used some of the musical highlights a little bit better. Here's the side-by-side double axles, which they performed perfectly in unison there.
Yeah, you were right on. Unison was on.
Unison, huh?
That was great.
When you did this spiral, I always remember the ice shavings on your hair.
It's a gorgeous position on that back outside death spiral.
Yeah.
They're getting ready for the Canadian Championships. Won't that be something in the new year? The big competition, Jamie Saleh and David Pelche, the new team. They'll be pushed. This is going to be very close. Skating techniques could come down to the presentation mark. And I don't think they're going to make it to first, but they do stay in second. Christy Sargent and Chris Wirtz finished second. The Sears Figure Skating Open for 1998. Wutzel and Stoya first, $40,000. Sargent and Wirtz take $30,000. Shishkova and Naumov, who may have had the best free skate of all, were in third, and in fourth, Ina and Zimmerman. Let's go to Rock Falls now.
With the second place finishers in pairs competition. Now, don't tell me you only put this together Tuesday.
Yeah, we did actually. It's the third or fourth piece we put together, and this one is what we really enjoyed. So.
Did you just decide at the last moment you needed something new for this competition, or?
Well, we were jiving around with some pieces, like Christy said, and they just weren't working. So one of our friends came in, Steven, and played this Frank Sinatra piece and said, let's do this. And it suited us, so we did her.
Right from the start, you could tell this was on for you.
Yeah, actually, it really helped me, I think, because I really enjoyed that solo, and it really made me realize why I skate. So I'm really happy with playing skating.
Good finish for you here. Now you get a chance to kick back and unwind before the Nationals. How important is vacation time to you?
Very important for Christy and I, because we have had no time with our daughter and things like that. So December 19th, we're flying down south for Christmas for 6 days, and that's going to be the rejuvenation pill that we need to come back and attack Nationals to try and retain our championship.
Well, congratulations, good luck, and make sure you wear sunblock.
Right on.
In Kitchener, Nicole Bobek leads the charge for the United States, first after the short program. There's another battle, too, between pros and amateurs. Tanya Kwiatkowski is in second. But right behind, look out for Team Canada. This, after all, is their house. Born in Kratz have danced into their first Pro-Am with style. They lead the way. Italy is represented too, but they're in tough against the Canadians and the new Russian team, a union of greatness, Usova and Platov. Ready to rumble. The great Brit, Stephen Cousins, he's sitting third. In front of him, Captain Canada, Kurt Browning, currently second. And in front of him, Captain America, Michael Weiss, on ice tonight. CTV Sports, Canada's figure skating network, welcomes you to the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium Complex for the 1998 Sears Figure Skating Open. And hey everybody, Rod Black with you. Welcome to this brave new world of figure skating where professionals and amateurs are now competing together. The first ever open competition in Canada. In the past, these events have been strictly for professionals who make big money and really haven't had any rules. Now they got rules with ISU judges and an international skating union marking system. That was this afternoon, though. It pertained more in the short programs. Tonight, the interpretive free skates. There are restrictions on how many triple jumps you can do, as a matter of fact. The dance numbers must be exhibition styles with themes. So Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz will revive their river dance tonight, and they will put that on ice. They lead the way. We'll have the dance, the women, and the men. We'll have highlights from the pairs and the complete pairs program next week on CTV Sportsnet. Barb Underhill, this afternoon, if you were with us, folks, the amateurs had an advantage. Tonight, it's the pros' turn.
This is definitely advantage to the pro skaters. Tonight is not about the difficulty of the jumps. It's about the difficulty of the steps, the choreography, the edge quality, and the way that the skaters interpret the music. And in fact, a double axle, a simpler double axle that is used in a very musical way may get have more value than a triple axle. So it's going to be very interesting to see, and I think it's going to be a challenge for the judges because this is all new to them as well.
We have a special treat for you. Elvis Stoico, who's not skating in this. He's injured, obviously. He will join us as a guest analyst for the men's competition. But right now, let's help set up tonight and join Rob Faulds downstairs.
Let me first give you an injury update, or rather an illness update. Liz Manley, who is suffering from a head cold, in fact, a touch of bronchitis, says she's feeling much better this evening. And because it is the interpretive dance, the stress is a little less on Liz. She's looking forward to performing in front of a Canadian crowd. And speaking of performing in front of a Canadian crowd, Canada's dance team, Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz, are ready to go. And River Dance has not been retired. It's alive and well, and they're looking forward to showing it off here in Kitchener.
I'm personally excited just to be here in Kitchener because it is so close to my home, and I have a chance to see some family and have them come watch. It just feels like home, you know, in a way, and it's a chance to do River Dance once again for those people that didn't get to see it at the Olympics live or live at all. You know, it's kind of fun to show it because it is so different in person than watching it on TV. So I'm sort of psyched about how they're going to react.
Shay and Vic have told me that they are pumped about being given the opportunity to perform against the pros so they can strut their stuff. Rod?
Standings after this afternoon's women's short program, Nicole Bobek. She was sensational this afternoon. Tanya Kwiatkowski in second position, then the Canadian charge. Karen Preston third, Josee Choinard fourth, Elizabeth Manley currently in fifth. Wasn't that something? Nicole Bobek obviously benefiting from the fact she's been so into competitive performances lately, coming off Trophée Lalique. She said even after her skate today, Barb, that she's taking it personal this year. She's getting ready for the U.S. Nationals and going head-to-head with Michelle Kwan.
Well, she just went for it. She looks so serious.
And she responded. Here's the order of skate. Elizabeth Manley first, again with bronchitis and an inner ear problem. And it was obvious this afternoon she wasn't 100%. Josee Choinard, who has a terrific interpretive number that we've seen in practice this week. Tanya Kwiatkowski is third. Karen Preston, who really hasn't been in too many competitions lately, but she was outstanding this afternoon, too. A two-time Canadian champion. There she is.
It's unfortunate for Josee that she put herself out of contention, really, to win here by being in fourth place because she has an outstanding interpretive program. It is quite something to watch.
Josee Choinard, who turned pro after the 94 season and then came back in 96, tried to make a comeback as an amateur skater, but she's a professional now and competing in these pro-ams. And Barb, I've told you before, I've never really been a big fan of professional competitions because I found sometimes the judging laughable. But you know what? This afternoon it showed that it really has a future, these Pro-Am events.
And part of the problem was that there were no rules. Now there are rules, and it gives it structure, and it gives it much more credibility. And it hurts a bit for the pros, but I think it's much better for the sport.
But it won't hurt the pros tonight because they get a chance to put on a show, and they love the audience.
And we should also mention that the interpretive program is worth 2/3 of the total mark.
Liz Manley first.
Skating to Uninvited by Alanis Morissette. She went for the triple sow cow, and she did it.
She must have found a pretty good cold remedy.
This was the Liz we're used to seeing.
Liz Manley and some Alanis Morissette.
That piece of music is so perfect for her because it is so powerful, and she really carries that power across the ice. Here is the triple sow. This is a jump she had difficulties with earlier today. But remember, the jumps, they're not given credit for the difficulty of the jumps, only how they are choreographed within the program. This will be very interesting to see how the judges mark this.
So I wonder then why do a triple?
You don't have to. They are limited in the numbers they can do. The ladies can do 3 triples. But I still think that many of the, especially the eligible skaters, don't really understand this concept because, for instance, Michael Weiss has a possible quad plan. There really is no point in attempting a quad because he really won't get credit for it.
For those of you a little confused by eligible versus ineligible skaters, as we take a look at the International Skating Union panel, eligible skaters are skaters who can remain eligible for the Olympic Games, the World Championships, and their national championships. Ineligible skaters are obviously onto the pro ranks.
Hi, Mom.
And his first mark is going to look a little bit different than normal because normally it is based on the difficulty of the jumps.
Man, I need that.
And they receive an overall base mark for that difficulty. Well, this first mark is now going to be called skating techniques, and it will reflect the edge quality, the speed, the originality, innovation, ice coverage, style, and overall quality.
Most professional competitions, and you competed in a lot of them, there was a judging panel of 8 or 9, probably former skaters, coaches, legends, sometimes Hollywood stars. They judged out of 10. They threw out the top and bottom marks, and a lot of times the judging was controversial or inconsistent, or there was a hometown decision. Now they have an ISU panel, and they have to work at it, and so do the skaters.
And there are so very few rules with this interpretive program. Basically, it's wide open. So this is very different for the judges not having to follow many rules here.
So Liz will set the standard.
Those are nice marks.
Skating techniques. Again, this is an ice-breaking competition in Canada. Never before have we had a pro-am of this ilk with an ISU-sanctioned event. Presentation marks are good for the 1988 silver medalist from Calgary. And up next, 3-time Canadian champion, Josee Choinard, getting ready in Kitchener at the Sears Open. Currently in 4th place after the short program, Josee Choinard may not be able to get into that first place rung, but you've seen this number in practice this week.
This is so perfectly suited to her personality. She just shines. It's choreographed by Nicole, and the music is Prima Donna. Has a triple left planned here. And she doubled it, which is fine. Watch this footwork sequence. This is great.
She is one of Canada's most loved skaters. Josee Choinard, I think you just got a good indication of what interpretive free skating can be and how different it can be. What will the judges say? We'll find out when we come back. Along with her coach now, Doug Lee.
This number was tailor-made for this competition. She didn't need to even attempt a triple lutz. She did a double instead, which was fine. But what I loved about the program was the use of the edges, the incredible footwork, all these little toe steps, which are so difficult, and the way that she just lit up the ice and had such great use of the music throughout the performance.
This sometimes feels a little heavy, but this time it felt light. Pretty good.
It was great.
Nicole has done an absolutely brilliant job with this choreography. She hangs on to this triple loop here.
The marks for skating technique. 5.7, 5.5.
5.7 from the U.S., 5.2 from the German.
I think these are low. I'm disappointed. I would have had her up at 5.7, 5.8.
The marks for presentation. 5.8.
Well, you got a 5.8 from the American judge there, Barb, and 5.3 from the British judge. Josee Choinard is currently in first, ahead of Elizabeth Manley.
Oh, that was great. So much better.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the United States, Tanya Kwiatkowski.
She was second after the short program. Recently retired from eligible skating, now a professional. Tanya Kwiatkowski of the United States.
Plan, and she does it beautifully.
about tonight, you are going to see a lot of different styles, a lot of interpretations.
I'm wondering if the judges are going to have difficulty not rewarding the difficulty of the jump. They're so used to looking at a triple left and going, okay, that deserves this much. Well, Tanya did a beautiful triple left, but the choreography was much more basic than what Josee had. There was very little footwork. It was on a much different level choreographically. It was a very nice program. But Josee's was just much more intricate.
Therein lies perhaps the advantage, again, we talked about at the top of the show, for the professional skaters who are skating in front of audiences all of the time and have, over the years, been able to hone the charisma that they need to attract the audience. And it's different competing in a professional stage as opposed to a competitive stage.
And also, the skaters really haven't had time to get material ready for some of these events. For instance, Tanya just got invited to this last week, so, you know, she had to use what she already had. Whereas next year, when the rules are more defined and they have the rules earlier on in the season, they can tailor-make their programs to fit the rules. It's been a little bit crazy early on in the season because nobody really knew what the rules were.
Maria Buterskaya was supposed to skate here. She's been very busy. Russian. So Tanya Kwiatkowski finished 6th at the Worlds and had one of the tremendous expressions of that event. When after her skate, her final skate, she just said, wow. She's really a rookie as a professional, you would say. Tanya Kwiatkowski currently 2nd. Josee Choinard is the leader at the Sears Figure Skating Open. Here is someone who really could benefit because she has been a professional for the last few years, skating in front of so many audiences. 2-time former Canadian champion. Here's Karen Preston.
This program choreographed by David Wilson. It's called Certainly.
Who gave you
second. Third after the short program.
Being a pro skater and being there so many times before, maybe it's not a hazard. Maybe it's a good thing. You don't have a coach beside you to wait for you.
She opened with a nice triple toe loop. I thought she did a wonderful job of interpreting the music. The choreography was very strong, and the spins were just outstanding. I'm going to put this ahead of Kwiatkowski.
5.3, 5.4.
We have had 4 skaters for distinct styles.
5.4.
Nice marks.
The marks for West 5.3.
Karen is appreciative.
She was upset that she didn't do that second triple, and I thought, why? You know, I don't think they completely comprehend the rules here.
Currently in second behind Josee Choinard. 1 skater left. And there's Richard Callahan. What a champion maker he is. Todd Eldridge, Tara Lipinski.
United States, Nicole Bobek.
And maybe Nicole Bobek will become U.S. champion again come the new year. She is the leader after this short program.
And she's a skater who has a great deal of showmanship and can really raise the into that.
Here's your champion.
She is definitely back. She knows how to move. She knows how to work that music and work this audience. They're on their feet.
Nicole Bobek, she's also had the benefit of being in a couple of competitions like this. So she's not only a competitor as an eligible skater, she's starting to get that showmanship too.
She knows what works.
And did it work tonight?
Beautiful elements, the highlights. I was shocked that she did triple lutz here. It was a beauty. What I was so impressed with was her attack throughout the performance. And this is one of the highlights that really helped this program put it over the top.
And even with the interpretation of this skate, she's going out and doing these, the triple.
She toughed that one out.
But making it so difficult on a base mark, I'm sure, in the judges' eyes, on those skaters who can't do those triples.
Well, this particular performance still, I don't think choreographically was quite as intricate or difficult as Josee's, but she had the performance. Like, what a level of performance here. And she had, I think she had more speed and more attack. So you got to give her credit for that.
An alliance again with Richard Callahan. The Marks reigns of the Detroit Figure Skating Club. 5.7. She's doing that. Miming Mauricio Margallo, the ice dancer you'll see later tonight, who does that quite often after he skates. She will win $40,000. And you know what? Look out at the U.S. Nationals and on the way to the Worlds.
This is a confidence booster.
Very confident young woman right now and a champion. Nicole Bobek wins this year's Figure Skating Open of '98. First ever Pro-Am champion in Canada. Josee Choinard second. Karen Preston third. Tanya Kwiatkowski falls to fourth place. Up next is the ice dance competition. Victor Kratz, Shaylin Bourne, Riverdance coming your way on CTV. Standings after the original dance, Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz of Canada. And they just had the crowd buzzing moments ago. Here's the order of skate because they did a little hydroblading in their warm-up. Bourne and Kratz will skate last, and this really is a competition between Fusar and Platov and Bourne and Kratz. And on the ice, the Italian team currently in third position.
Barbara Poli and Mauricio Margallo.
We should mention that the interpretive dance should be an exhibition type program which expresses a concept or a theme or a story, and it should not be a form or a competitive free dance. So what they have done is had to rework some of the steps of this free dance.
This is from Bram Stoker's Dracula. keep in mind they are still Olympic eligible skaters. They skated to this at one of their recent competitions. It was generally panned because it wasn't really appropriate, but in this format, it fits. Born in Kratz, still ahead. Riverdance returns to Canada.
Oh,
my goodness.
And you know, when we first saw this routine during the Grand Prix event, we felt it was way over the top for eligible competition, but it certainly works here. You can see the bite there, bite marks on her neck. Very, very dramatic routine.
One thing about this competition, the marks, every team will win a medal. Only 3 dance teams.
5.3, 5.3.
Composition marks.
5.3.
And presentation marks. 5 international judges. These will be the marks to beat.
5.5.
And
5.5.
this dance team is placing third right now because the other 2 teams seemingly are on a different level right now. And here is the biggest threat to Born in Kratz.
From Russia, Maya Usova and Evgeny Platov.
Evgeny Platov's name is in the history books. The only dance team, he and Pasha Grisham, to win back-to-back Olympic golds in dance. He's now with Maya Usova.
They're skating to Moonlight Sonata, and Evgeny portrays an artist, and Maya is his imagination.
the newest alliance in ice dance. Evgeny Platov, Maya Usova. What a story. We'll tell you about it when we come back. Of another world, Evgeny Platov was skating with Pasha Grishik, and then they split up. Maybe the greatest dance team ever. Pasha Grishik is now skating with Maya Usova's ex-husband and former partner, Alexander Zhulin.
You know, it's as though these two were always meant to skate together. In the past, you hardly even noticed Evgeny because Pasha was so overwhelming. Now you notice him. Now he is skating with passion that he has never skated with before, and that performance was absolutely breathtaking.
With passion, but without Pasha. And next week, they will meet head-on in another professional championship. This team against Pasha and Sasha. If you can follow all of that, you could be a writer for Melrose Place.
I just have gotten the feeling that everybody is so happy for this team because they know that they have been in partnerships that have been successful but miserable. And you see them, the way they look at each other, the way they skate together, the way they respect each other. And that is all new for them.
I wonder what this team would have done if they had been together a long time ago. Who knows?
The marks for presentation, 5.9.
Oh, look at these marks.
And they've only been together a short time.
5.9.
And looking on, the Canadian champions, the leaders after the original dance. And listen to this.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Canada, Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz.
Because of the rules in this interpretive dance, they are unable to use their free dance for the competitive season. So why not dust off river dance? Give it another twirl.
This is the exhibition version of Riverdance.
We have seen it so many times, and you just don't get tired of it. It's raining flowers in Kitchener for Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz. It has become their anthem, river dance.
Their trademark forever. And here's a look at the footwork that makes this program so spectacular. Here's a look at the feet up close.
Even river dance dancers on stage are amazed at what these two can do with boots and steel blades on their feet. Remember the Shea Crusher? I guess you call this one the Vic Crusher.
Look at that.
So no deduction. It's hard.
Yeah, I know. That's funny.
And let's see what happens to the judges. What will they do? Apparently there's a time deduction against Bourne and Kratz. Composition marks.
The music has to be between 3.5 minutes and 4 minutes.
You hear me the first time. Hi. Welcome to Canada.
Judges are still working on it, and apparently there is some confusion. Now, I'll tell you what. If they don't get first place, it could get unruly in here, because you know who the favorites are. But Usova and Platov.
They were outstanding as well. This is a tough one to judge. Very tough.
And remember, it's not about so much the steps. It's about the interpretation.
Thanks to all the fans that came and watched this.
Free dance.
Skaters too. Thank you.
Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz.
They played too fast. They must have played it too fast.
5.7.
Composition marks. Here they are. 5.7. As I said.
And that deduction, the music deduction, has definitely hurt them.
Well, they still cannot beat a team with Evgeny Platov on it. Great marks for presentation. Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz finished second in Kitchener. The crowd may not approve, but that's what the judges saw. What did you think?
It's a tough one, a really, really tough call. The judges have very, very little to go by. It's very subjective.
Usova and Platov. New union in dance for Russia. Already champions in this Pro-Am. Shaylin Bourne and Victor Kratz, much to the crowd's chagrin, finished second, and Fusar, Poli, and Margalio are third. Controversial in the eyes of the standing room only crowd. Let's join Rob Faulds.
Well, you could tell by the crowd's reaction, they thought maybe you were first. There is word there was a time deduction. You're supposed to be between 3:29 and 4, between 3:30 and 4. Came in at 3:29, so it looks like that was just enough.
It's unfortunate that it was, but I think the program was the right length. They may have played it faster, unfortunately, but what can you do?
Well, overall, the most important thing is that, you know, we came here with the experience. We had a great short program. I think that's the most important thing, simply because the short program is the competitive part of the event, even in amateurs.
Well, they're now giving it to the officials as they leave the ice. Why do you think the crowd has taken so much to this program? Or is it the combination of them taking to it and you guys liking it so much?
I think they've just been a part of it the whole season. It's sort of been a signature program last year, and they were with us all the way. Their hearts and souls were with us, I think, even at the Olympics. So it's in them, too, and they were just excited to see it tonight, and I think they're a bit frustrated, as I can tell.
So it's just straight ahead and head for the Nationals?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I mean, you know, you just got to look ahead. I mean, this was just a bonus event for us anyhow, you know, to skate in front of the Canadian crowd, and I think they're getting their money's worth right now.
Longest boo I've ever heard in my life.
Thanks very much. Good luck down the road.
Thank you.
There's Elvis Stoico and Kurt Browning. Elvis can't skate. He'll be commentating with us next. These judges may need security guards on their way out.
Men's interpretive program.
Michael Weiss leading the way at the Sears Figure Skating Open. Kurt Browning is second. Stephen Cousins is in third. Then Brian Orser and Jeff Langdon. Here's the order of skate, starting with Brian Orser, the 8-time Canadian champion. And then finishing up with Stephen Cousins. Once again, happy to have in our broadcast booth Elvis Stoico, who joined us this afternoon. Also the most talked about groin in all of Canada. He's healthy. You're skating. You're back at it. You get to come up here tonight and get a look at some of the guys you've skated with in the past for one of the greatest rivalries in Canadian history with Kurt Browning.
Yeah, it's been great to come up here and commentate and share it on this side of the fence, so to speak, and it's been wonderful. And right here is my hero. So once again, coming out, Brian.
You'd love to be out here, though. I know you would.
The juices were flowing this afternoon. We saw that.
This guy's won everything there is to win. A world championship, 2-time Olympic silver medalist like Elvis Stoico, 8-time Canadian champion, Hall of Famer, Emmy Award winner. And he's captured hearts all around the world. Brian Orser.
There has been so much talk about his personal life lately. For him, the ice is probably therapy at times. And when he is on ice, quite simply one of the best.
He skated that number with his heart on his sleeve.
Brian Orser at the 98 Sears Figure Skating Open.
Oh,
90. The men's interpretive free skate in Kitchener tonight.
Are they going to show your style? Yeah, here.
And here's the wonderful triple sow cow.
Hey, oh, perfect.
He's skating with more intensity and more emotion than I have ever seen him skate with.
He just held it forever.
And here's a setup with the double
I got in
axle.
trouble right on the landing of the
into
triple
triple
axle.
toe.
Yeah, he came around too far.
Beautiful double axle.
And I got over on my edge, see that?
He got a little bit
Then I
stuck
thought, well,
here
I still crank
into a
it.
double toe,
And I cranked it
but
too
still finished off right there.
We touched upon it this afternoon, and what emotion for Brian Orser. And you met him as a 12-year-old.
Yeah. Yeah, I met him when I was 12 years old for the first time, and that was quite exciting. And every time watching him, it was always magic. And tonight was one of those moments, and it's, you know, he's gone through a really tough time, and this is beautiful to see.
He has been a role model for so many Canadians, young Canadians like you, Elvis, and he always will be. Look at these marks. These are awesome marks.
5.6, 5.7,
Gee, this is almost like a decade ago when he was winning world championships.
This format really favors the pros. They know how to work the music.
He just may be able to improve on the fourth place standing. Thank you to the crowd.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Canada, Jeff Langdon.
Another skater under the tutelage of Doug Lee, a training mate of Elvis Stoico. Jeff Langdon has something to prove tonight.
Opening here with the triple sow cow. Into a triple toe loop, which he falls out of.
Never easy to sail into uncharted territory. This is brand new for Jeff Langdon in a professional competition for the first time.
And certainly he had his difficulties with the jumps, but what I was impressed with was he didn't let the performance go. He kept the performance level up, and this is always taking such risks. And here's a chance to focus more on the choreography and the steps and the music. He struggles to hang on to that double axel, just wasn't quite on top of the jumps.
A lot of talk about Jeff and his injury problems and the struggles early in the season. He's getting ready for nationals, but Canadian men, including yourself, I suppose, should thank Jeff Langdon for what he did at the World Championships, because for a while it looked like we would only send one man, which I would think would probably be you, Elvis Stoico, to the Worlds in Helsinki. But because of what Jeff did, we now send two men.
Which is great, and that takes a little bit of the pressure off at nationals, and you know, we get the exposure that we need, like a Jeff or an Emmanuel, and we have those spots there, which is great.
It'll be a battle, though, won't it, in Ottawa? Wow.
5.4, 5.3.
Pretty good marks for skating techniques.
5.3, 5.3.
Good learning experience for Jeff Langdon.
5.1. The marks for presentation, 5.5.
He's been in a lot of competitions in the past, but nothing like this.
5.6, 5.4.
Second behind Brian Orser. Much more to come from the 98 Sears Figure Skating Open, including Kurt Browning. Here is the leader of the short program. He outskated Kurt. That is his wife. But I would say the advantage this time, tonight, was with Mr. Browning.
And Mr. Cousins. Wait till you see his number.
Here's Michael Weiss.
Skating to a familiar tune to me, When a Man Loves a Woman by Percy Sledge.
one of the eligible skaters in the field. Definitely has some showman in him, too. The
And
consummate showman is next, though.
He could not have skated that program any better.
Kurt Browning. His clown act from Kitchener's Net. Joining us, Elvis, what did you think of your competitor on the world ranks, Michael Weiss?
Great program. The setup, I think he thought about going for the quad, opted for the triple flip. And I think that was a good choice in this type of atmosphere with an interpretive program. You don't want to mar the program by missing a jump. You want to keep the flow. And, you know, like Kerry did beautiful triple axel, which I think helped the program, you know, enhance it. But
marks for skating techniques.
We'll have to see what the marks say.
5.8, 5.7.
Big marks for skating techniques. If you were skating in this thing, would you do quad?
5.7.
I don't know. I think I'd use it as an advantage on a high point in the music, just to be different. But, you know, I wouldn't want to mar the program.
5.8.
Weiss is the leader. Just barely, though. Brian Orser very close behind. And on ice.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Canada, Kurt Browning.
He says his secret weapon is Sandra Bezic, who always gives him the tools. She's the one that came up with this idea, which I think perfectly suits him. That is gutsy.
The absolute sheer brilliance.
It just doesn't stop.
Well, your hero was Brian Orser. Kurtz was Scott Hamilton. And a lot of Scott Hamilton in that performance. Kurt Browning in Kitchener. Even though it's a humorous comedic routine, is the difficulty involved in so many of these steps.
It's incredible because all of the jumps that he's done is out of a step sequence and there's no preparation. And right here's a classic example. Double axel out of nowhere.
And every one of those jumps hit the perfect note in the music. They all enhanced the music perfectly. That was great. But I loved the ending. I thought the ending was unbelievable. How risky. Like, he could have ended up on a judge's lap. I mean...
You know, these ISU judges don't know what they got themselves into.
I mean, he could have landed on that computer right there. It brought down the scores. Yeah, he keyed into his own marks, maybe. I think we all know what the marks are going to be.
This is what the interpretive free skate is all about. The marks, costume, you can use different moves, and humor.
Whoa.
5.8.
What can you say?
5.9.
He's a genius. He is a skating genius.
How would you like to see Michael Weiss? A 6.023. Four of them.
That was awesome.
I was going to say, how would you like to be Stephen Cousins, who skates next, and Michael Weiss, and have to go home tonight and say you got beaten by a clown?
Thank you so much. That was so much fun.
But, you know, Stephen Cousins' routine is also going to bring down the house. Like Kurt, he is a born performer. He is a born showman.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Great Britain, Stephen Cousins.
What a great way to end a very entertaining day in Kitchener. A long day, a long night. Stephen Cousins has a chance to win it all. Kurt Browning first, Michael Weiss second.
Skating to the soundtrack, Hawks. Watch this move right here. This is great. And that was an aerobic experience.
And the Brit with some soccer moves. These people in Kitchener are going to have to go home and put their hands in an ice bucket tonight. They have been clapping all day long.
He definitely knows how to work the music.
What a finale. A fabulous day in Kitchener.
I think he has felt throughout his amateur career that he was not always appreciated by the judges, but he has found his niche. This format, this interpretive free program, this suits him perfectly.
We're all having fun.
And the jumps here were wonderful. Even in betweens were great, and he was relaxed, and that's what was able for him to get out the jumps, which was super.
What do you call this thing?
I love that.
The Cousins flop.
Look, all right. Oh, it was great.
I remember very, very early on in his career, this is what he was like. He performed every time he stepped on the ice. He had to pull himself back because he was required to land the technical element. So he lost a little bit of that performance aspect, but he has now been freed again.
The marks, it was almost true. He had to land that triple axel early in his program, and then he was off to the races. And if he didn't, he wasn't.
5.6.
It'll be interesting to see where they place him.
5.7.
And those marks,
And look,
skating technique.
5.5.
like the judges didn't appreciate his performance as much as we did.
Presentation marks aren't as much as he had hoped either. He gets a fourth place. Stephen Cousins. He started the night in third. Brian Orser finishes third. Michael Weiss is second. Kurt Browning does it again. Another win in Canada. He has owned this event. A little clowning around
In just a moment, we'll have
in the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium Complex. $40,000 for Kurt. Earlier in the day, he was in second. Tonight he's the king again. We'll speak to him after this. 4 years in a row winning this event. Of course, it's open this year, and he beats Michael Weiss coming from behind in the interpretive free skate tonight in Kitchener. Let's go downstairs to Rob Faults.
Well, he said the spontaneity was gone, and he's being spontaneous. Now, tell me about this program. Is this a germ of an idea that you had? It's not one of those things you can't find the music for, can you? And then to develop a program after?
It worked this way. Stars and Ice is doing a clown number this year, and so Michael Siebert and Sandra Bezic are the choreographers for Stars and Ice. So they're always looking for music for the show, and Michael Siebert found this piece of music and thought it might be good for me when I do Stars and Ice. So Sandra and I put it together, and that's how it happened.
Did you expect the kind of reaction you got from the crowd?
Well, the real test will be when I'm not in Canada, and if people laugh in the United States and in Europe, then that will be the real test. They're very forgiving here, and they love the Canadian skaters with all their hearts, as they've shown so much support here in Kitchener. And so I was nervous, really nervous, but the character's so much fun, and no rules, you know.
You've owned this competition. Congratulations.
Oh, it's been fun. Thanks, Sandra. Thanks, Michael.
Barb Underhill, first to you. Before this event, I think everybody came in with wide eyes open, wondering what the open future would be like. I think it's got a pretty good future.
Well, there's been so much confusion about the rules, about how it was going to work. Everybody's very curious how it would come across. But I think everybody looks upon this as a very positive step, especially for professional skating. And I think they're going to tweak it here and there, and it's hopefully potentially going to be something very good for the sport.
Let's go over to our guest analyst. We'll see you in one of these events, I'm sure, soon. Is this the future of skating, pro-ams?
I think so, because we have the mainstream amateur, you got the mainstream pro, and then you have the chance to combine them. And that gives the best of both worlds. And the only thing tonight is I wanted to be out there.
Well, you get better. We'll see you at the Nationals. What a day in Kitchener for everybody here. Good night, everyone, from the Sears Figure Skating Open.